God
damn. Oh my god, I'm so tired. I'm so tired of dying. Alright. Let's wake up with some good content. We running. We racing. Oh no, run into it. Oh wait, whatever. I'm gonna murder them. You too. Go. I murdered them and then I missed everything. I missed I missed the speed bonus and I missed the chest and I wasted all of my stamina. We're at 50% and we're not even at 40%. This is gonna go really, really badly. To be perfectly honest. And the one in the lead has 75 stamina left. How, dude? Let's see what crash we get. Yeah, another Briar. God damn it. There's only like 2 people behind me. But here he comes. He's coming. He's coming. Both coming. No! No! Already? We didn't even get a level. What the hell? Honestly, this whole thing is terrible. Because you don't want to level your chocobo or you don't want to train it while you're still just going through the pedigrees. So like the entire system is retarded. It's like you're meant to struggle through it with like the worst chocobo imaginable while you're losing to everything until you've played for like 200 hours of only fucking chocobo races. And then you finally get to breed a real chocobo and like actually give it stats. But yeah, it's green shoes. Oh. I think we got through it without getting hit. It's called we get a little choco potion. Hell yeah. Yeah, choco potion. Well, that's a useless item there. Third place? It was very close though. Holy shit. Ooh. XP bonus. Uh-oh, 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 we're actually on hard maps now. I should have transformed that. An early back swatter kind of sucks. It's only good in like very, very rare circumstances. Hey. Hero Pie. No! No! Ran out of stamina. Ooh! Another XP bonus. Can we get to rank 25? I'm really glad he ran away from me. I want that. Crash. Bad idea. I tried the jump button before. It takes a while before you can jump again. Rank 24. One more, most likely. That looks pretty bad. This is the same gear as in the Lost City. In Stormblood. Oh, choke a potion. Worth it. As long as we can avoid getting hit by that. Oh, there. Woo! Oh, shit! They're all sleepy, but so am I, apparently. Like, 1 second. Please? $25. That's enough. Now we're gonna do spoiler dungeons. The first one is not spoiler. Well, it might be. You still don't need to spend any poetics. I guess we finished this quest line. Ah, Robin. Just the man I was hoping to see. Now that I've had the opportunity to speak with more of the people here, I realize their plight is even more dire than I had imagined. The recent crises has caused the flow of supplies to grind to a halt, and the people can scarcely meet their daily needs. This would be the case even without the influx of refugees. One way we might alleviate this is to requisition a shipment from Jedlimot, but the process takes precious time. I fear that many would starve before we see a single sack of grain. All of this is exacerbated by the lack of able-bodied fighters. The wounded are many, and there are few who have the strength and skill to guard us from the beasts lurking in the forest. The Radiant Host would give their lives to protect us, and have, but every day more of them are injured. Bravery alone is only worth so much in the face of overwhelming numbers. And while I am much appreciative of your help so far, I am not so naive as to think that you will remain here indefinitely. Had we another of your skill to aid us, we might at least stand a chance to weather the worst of this storm. However, my time at the Great Work was spent largely in solitude, and the people of this village know of little beyond its walls. But you've been to the furthest reaches and back, yes? Do you know of anyone who might lend their stout arm to these humble folk? I know just such an adventurer, as fierce as I, if not more so. Ah, I knew I could count on your wide web of storied personages. Ogle and Kansana, you say? I believe we may be able to kill 2 birds with 1 stone with that pair. Unfortunately, my hands are full meeting the medicinal needs of the village. Seeing as you're already acquainted with these fellows, could you appeal to them on our behalf? Apologies for once again putting so much on your shoulders, but it is for the good of one and all. Can I count on your assistance? Thank you, friend. Well then, off to Jedlimot. To meet this Kansana, eh? Safe travels, and I will pray that you return with good news. Finish up the other quests before we go and do that. You hear faint sounds of an animal in pain emanating from the direction of the bluffs. Investigate its source. The Yeti appears to be wounded. Perhaps the medicine provided to you will alleviate its suffering. Puff, pant, ugwa, pant, unge! Although you cannot understand the Yeti's words, you sense the gratitude behind them. Return to the young Arkasadara and inform him that his friend is well. Unge! Oh, hello there. Need to kill another gorilla. Where do we have more gorillas? There's a gorilla. There you are. Just so you know, I was joking about that first pick of the treasure thing. We shall be equal partners, yes? Now, looking at the parchment, there are 2 locations we should investigate. The treasure this trunk is supposed to lead us toward, and the hand which holds the key. For expedience sake, I say we split up. If this key is located where I think it is, it may be difficult to find without some method of traversing the air. You do appear to be quite strapping, however. Either way, you can choose which one you'd like to investigate. I'll search for the treasure most profound. What? An excellent choice. Well then, I'll leave the parchment with you. I've read it so many times, I've quite memorized it. It said something about a stone trunk. If you become lost in the maze of your own thoughts, simply consult it, and it should set you on the right path. Let's commence the hunt, shall we? Not much of a hunt, it's pointing me directly at it. Perfect timing. I've just completed my task. I assume you've done the same. You truly have the spirit of a treasure hunter. I know we're both burning with curiosity, but let's wait to open this box until we return to Palaka's stand. Mysteries can so rarely be savored. No, let's do these first. That smell set my stomach rumbling something fierce. Pray, tell me you've brought enough to share. It's all for me? Why, thank you. I was beginning to dread the rest of my watch. There's nothing like a spiced curry to keep hunger away. I've never seen a container quite like this before. Not a drop of curry was spilled in your flight, and it's still piping hot. Thank you, friend. Yep. The sounds of my stomach would drown out the alarm. Say, you didn't bring anything to eat, did you? Ah, I knew I recognized that heavenly scent. Spices to fortify the spirits and tea to sharpen the senses. This will tide me over until my replacement arrives. Well, if it isn't Robin, I had wondered when you might walk through my door again. You will be pleased to hear young Rakashir has taken to adventuring like a thief to a coin purse. He is more than capable enough to assist me on my less arduous tasks. Indeed, his future is bright. However, as much as it heartens me to see you, I sense your visit isn't entirely motivated by a curiosity in our affairs, yes? I see. I did not know that Palaka Stand was beset by such troubles, but I suppose I shouldn't be surprised, all things considered. Naturally, I shall do all in my power to help. A few words to the right people, and the merchants will have a shipment of supplies ready in a matter of bells. Inform this Jazan that aid is on the way, and for much less coin than the merchants would usually charge. This chaos has gripped all of Ransatan, and it is only together that we shall find the strength to release ourselves from it. And if you require an adventurer, then look no further. Where are you? There. The supplies require brave souls to defend them, correct? Then I offer mine. I will await you at the gates. Wait! Wait for me! I'm coming too! Another good band. Never really listened to them much. Kansana made good on her word. Not that I doubted she would. The merchants were likely all too eager to make such a sizable trade. They even provided us with bags and coats for the journey. And it appears Rakashir will be joining us. Truly, try as I might to convince him otherwise, his mind is made up. Hopefully this will prove to be another learning experience for him. My grandmother always did say the road forward is paved with good deeds. The three of us shall see that no beast lays fang or claw upon these provisions. There are more supplies to come, but they will be delivered by the Radiant Host. We shall be the vanguard, the harbingers of salvation for Palaka's stand. And with that, let us be off. What is that? That's probably Ogle. That was a splendid display indeed. Your bravery never ceases to impress. I've never seen such a fierce warrior. I dare say he's every bit your equal. Children are so easily impressed. While Robin is indeed a formidable adventurer, your teacher has many great deeds to her name, and more yet to come. Now, the village is not far. Let us march, and I challenge any monster to approach. Hold on, you forgot the supplies! Oh! Come here, you stupid camel giraffe. The roulette queues have really lost their speed. It used to be like 5 minutes for DPS, but now it's down to 15 minutes again. Wanderer's Palace Heart, sick. I have no buttons. Come on. They can't damage you here. Okay, on low level, Rock Breaker is better. Single target. Or no, versus 2 targets. Alright. What are you doing? Hello, Soda. I was watching Chernobyl and Dune on EB Discord. Sounds illegal, Kibbs. What did you think? I haven't watched Chernobyl. Doesn't really sound something that interests me. British all the way. Yeah, you would think. I like Dune, but oh, do we have to go back and pull that last pack that he skipped because he was lazy? Oh my god. So trash, dude. I like Dune, but I wouldn't recommend it to anyone right now. Like, until the next movie comes out, it's just pointless. To be honest. As new Spider-Man. I hear people keep saying that, but I hate Marvel, so I don't really want to watch it. I'm so tired of Marvel movies. I never want to watch another Marvel movie in my entire life. Or any Disney movie for that matter. Slithy Zulul. Well, we'll see. We'll probably watch it next Wednesday, I suppose. Unless my cousins already watched it. What? I wasn't even standing in that. Oh well. I'm not gonna bother. I will take people's word for it. Like there are so few more modern movies that are worth watching because they're all made by Disney or some other like trash just SCW company like Netflix or something. There's nothing coming out that's worth watching. I've started downloading, you know, TV shows from like the 70s instead because it's better. Downloading or pirating? I can't answer that question on this website. Flames! Are as good or shitty depending more on the directors and writers than the studios or companies that own said studios? Not really, because those studios and directors are appointed and owned by these shitty companies. It's all trash all the time. More or less. And even if it isn't, I don't want to support them, because I hope that their companies die. The world would be a better place without modern Disney. And Netflix. see. They know the strat. It's not particularly difficult, but you have to pull him out of his banners. But he seems to know what he's doing a little bit. Except for Dune. I honestly can't really remember the last time I saw a movie. A modern movie. That was like worth watching. I'm doing my daily roulettes. So it's just for the XP. You have here the duty finder. This is the dungeon finder. You can pick dungeons to run. Or here you have the duty roulette. Expert is the max level dungeons, so level 90 in this case, but we're not level 90. You have level 50/60/70/80 dungeons. Those are the end game dungeons for each expansion, so they're only like they're the dungeons that used to be in the expert roulette. It's been rolled into that. Leveling roulette is everything. It's all the dungeons, and it's all the trials as well, I think. I don't know if it's all the trials. It's at least like the first 3 trials, which is Ifrit, Garuda, and Titan. And then you have trials. Those are the trials, etc., etc. And once a day you can do them to get a big extra reward. Expert will give you currency, this elegant tombstone of aphorism. For that you can buy current endgame gear. It's just like it is in World of Warcraft, more or less, when it comes to that. Leveling is for leveling, obviously. And you can also do the raids via this to get XP boosts and stuff. Once a day. And this is unfortunately what the game kind of becomes when you reach like the end game and you stop doing quests and leveling, you just get stuck. Like you log in, you do your like 4 or 5 roulettes, and then you log out, and then that's it. That's when I stop playing. It's not worth it. Did you see that, Rakashir? Mark well how quickly that beast succumbed to the flurry of blades, in no small part thanks to this brave Arkasudara. Ah, so this is the adventurer that Yazan spoke of. Not since my last hunt with sister have I fought so effortlessly with another. And never have I felt so invigorated, to have such a mighty Arkasudara fighting by my side. How do you keep it up? Just watching you has me out of breath. Endurance is the product of long hours of practice, lad. Well then, it seems my hunt is finished. Let us return to Palakastan before we draw the attention of something deadlier. Dazan will be eager to speak with you upon your return. Do not keep him waiting for long. Thoughts on the opinion on dailies? They are chores. Like, that's exactly what they are and what they are meant to be. But they're honestly, they're a design crutch. That's what they are. Because these games, like Final Fantasy and World of Warcraft, they are designed as theme park games. Because that's what the people call them, theme park MMOs. And that's that you have like this roller coaster experience from point A to point B. And point B is max level. So you go through all these leveled zones, you do like the story and shit. And then when you finally get to the end, like that's it. You're at the end of the ride. So then they just put in a bunch of like repeatable bullshit chores for people who still want to play, and everyone else can just fuck off. WoW has expanded on that, but the way they've done it is that they've made like literally everything in the game a gigantic chore. So instead of logging in to do like 10 trash dailies where you're flying around on a mountain throwing poop on stuff, you have to like log in and do shitloads of grinding to get the same result. So I don't know if that's a good approach. Personally, like dailies you can just ignore, to be honest, more or less. While this is literally like you want to keep up your character's power level, you have to grind your fucking dailies all the time. So you could argue that that's better because it actually like ties into the game, but it also makes the game worse depending on what kind of player you are, because it means that you can't get to max level and like do the raids and do the dungeons and get your gear, and then you can like make an alt and start playing something else for a while. No. Now you have to get to max level, and then you have to play your main character relentlessly. Because there's like 40 different kind of things that you have to grind up. And it's all like RNG and dailies and weeklies. So you never have time to do anything else. I think it's a bad approach. Like the trash dailies were better. And in this game, the trash dailies are also better because they don't really affect the main game. Like these dailies are to build reputation with the beast tribes, and that will help you as a crafter because you can buy crafting stuff, and it gets you mounts that you can buy and minions and stuff like that towards the end. You can also buy furniture and whatever if you like having a house. So it's not like a big deal, but it's still something that you get rewarded for doing. But the reason I think the way that they've done it in WoW is trash is because like the game isn't really meant to be grinded in that way. Because it's not like good grind. It's not like it's part of the game really, like I talked about the other day. Like, I want an MMO where the game is about playing the game. But here it's about you have to log in daily and do these. They are dailies, but they're just a little bit more complex. So they're still like the same trash dailies, they're just more tedious to do. And the only reason you're doing them is that so that you're allowed in your raiding party without getting kicked out. So, like, it's pointless. Finally, you've arrived. Now the key goes into the lock. Ka-chonk. Curious. This jewel appears quite ancient, judging from the symbols etched into it. It once belonged to an Arkasodara practitioner of magic. Not surprising, I suppose. The place we found it was once used by their mages for various rituals and such. They moved deeper into the jungle during recent years, but my savior likely knew of the temple's history. This may have been his way of thanking me for rescuing him, although my efforts were for naught. I feel ill deserving of such a prize. I shall use this to help the refugees, to rebuild their shattered homes. As for you, well, I did promise you a share, no, yes? Not exactly half, but I hope it pleases. But then again, the old WoW dailies were so retarded as well. Like, they were the absolute worst quests you could have possibly imagined. Like, it's literally like I said, ride the roller coaster and press 1 and throw poop on like 10 dogs. Like, you don't even play the game. You're literally like you're not playing the game to play the game. When they started doing those quests everywhere, it was so bad. Fly around in this circle and press 1 on the things. That's cool, dude. I can see you've delivered the meals. If you had eaten them, I would be able to smell your guilt. I am grateful, as I'm sure the lookouts are as well. Long ago, we would post soldiers upon those cliffs that we might see invaders approaching by sea. To think something much worse would eventually cross the ocean. Regardless, we are blessed that nature has provided us a way to watch for danger. I hope to keep our lookouts fed for as long as I can. Welcome back, traveler. So, how was he? Oh, that's horrible! Still, I suppose I can be grateful that you could treat his wounds. I owe Tsushima my life, when I was attacked by one of those terrible Pisaka. Tsushima's roar drove the monster off. That was the start of our friendship, one I've treasured ever since, but my family has forbidden me from venturing into the woods, so I haven't been able to check up on it. I know they're only worried for my safety, but still. You shouldn't abandon your friend. You're right, of course. Surely, if I explain Tsushina's bravery and selflessness, they'd understand. I have nothing to lose by trying anyways. Thank you. Not only did you save Tsushina, but you have reminded me what true friendship is worth. It's not much, but please take this. I do like what they started doing with World of Warcraft. That's sarcastic, by the way. I like what they started doing with World of Warcraft in Legion and after that. Because what's his face? Jay Wilson. Jay Wilson. There you are. Sula told me you've brought both the supplies and the protection you promised. She is at present preparing the game she hunted. She has promised to spar with me afterwards. I am fast feeling that I have made the right choice in coming here. I am grateful for it, lass. It will do Sula good to have your energizing presence by her side. I understand that there are yet more supplies to come. I must find a way to thank the merchants and the one who spurred them to action. Kansana, was it? She will spare no effort to see Ranzatan rebuilt. It seems we've found a reliable ally, thanks to you. Oh, teacher, don't forget. We should ask about the journal we found. Yes, of course, I was just about to mention it. The beast of Sula. The beast Sula and I felt was holding fast to this. Perhaps you know who its owner was. This. By the Manusia. Yes, I do in fact know who penned this journal. They were dear friends of mine. Unfortunately, they didn't survive the tragedy that befell us. I see. I am sorry for your loss. Thank you. Luckily, their memories live on in their child. And now, this journal. When she comes of age, I'll show this to her that she might come to know who her parents were. Life is but a string of meetings and farewells. It is our memories that sustain us, that give us life. In this way, those whose journey has ended watch over those with the strength to step forward into a new day. Of all the wisdom grandmother passed down, I hold this to be the most precious. Memories are the greatest treasure that we can leave behind. Your grandmother had a way with words. She could have taught even the divinities a thing or two. I dare say you may be right, young Rakashir. I'm not half so wise as she was, but her sage advice has been a beacon which has always guided me true. Truth be told, I first accompanied you here to repay the debt I owed, as grandmother would have wanted. I see now, however, that fate intended for me to be here. In Sula I have met a comrade in arms, and in Rakashir I have found a capable and eager student. For both of their sakes, I must strive ever to be better than the day I was before. Perhaps I should take up the art of dance. The fierce display of the Segisegumi compelled me to set down my spear and take up the katana, but the grace and deadliness with which the dancers throw their weapons has a charm all its own. Some measure of peace has returned to Matanga, and I believe my skills will put to better use here. An adventurer must court challenge, after all. My teacher has a daring spirit, if slightly reckless, but worry not, I'll make sure she doesn't come to harm. Have you listened to a single word I have said, Rakashir? You have no notion of the dangers I must brave daily. For now you should be content to behold great deeds and learn from them. I wager your adventures will soon take you far from here, Robin. Rest assured, I shall safeguard the people of Palakistan in your stead. I look forward to hearing the tales of your exploits. Well, the first order of the day is to attune to the Aetheryte and gather information. Jot this lesson down, Rakashir, for these are the fundamentals of adventuring. Come now. Finally, our lack of supplies was weighed heavily on my mind. I feared both Passerine and the child. I feared for both Passerine and the child, but for the first time in a long while I can breathe easily. Ogle's presence has proven to be a salve on Sula's mood as well. She laughs as she hasn't since her sister's passing. We both have you to thank for our reversals of fortune. Even the departed have benefited from Ogle's arrival. The delivery of the journal was an unexpected boon, and it will doubtless prove to be vital in raising the child. When she becomes old enough to understand its contents, she will come to know the deep love her parents bore for her, a love so steadfast that it will shield her from the world's cruelty. Of course, I intend to tell her all about your part in her salvation as well, but for now there is work to be done, for both of us, I'm sure. Wheresoever your travels may take you, don't forget the friends you have made in this corner of Thavnair. And lastly, be safe. If you die before I can repay the debt I owe you, I'll hunt you through the 7 hells until the ledger is balanced. So let's see it doesn't come to that, eh? Anyway, Jay Wilson, the absolute mastermind behind Diablo 3. So, when Diablo 3 came out, it was fucking dog shit. Everything about it was terrible. And, like, legendaries had... Like, the drop rate on legendary items was so pathetically bad that you would never, ever, ever see one. But not only that, even when you found one, they were, like, worse than rares for the most part. It took forever, but eventually they changed it. Like, the hardest difficulty, Inferno, it was so hard that if you got hit by one mosquito in Act 2, you would die instantly. Like, with the best gear you could grind on Hell, and then you went to Inferno, you would just get one-shotted by everything. But the reason I mention Jay Wilson is because after they had struggled to salvage Diablo 3 for ages, and they finally managed to do that by introducing like personal loot to make everything drop more, like if you're playing a barbarian, you drop more barbarian stuff, and they also made legendaries simply better than rares, and they made them have like decent drop rates, and then all of a sudden like the game became a decent game. And as they did that, they moved Jay Wilson over to the World of Warcraft team, and as they did that, they released Legion, and in Legion they introduced legendaries, and to get the legendaries you literally had to just grind everything. They would drop from everything, but they would never drop. Because Jay Wilson was like, you know, I really like the way I made Diablo 3 in the beginning. Let's add that to World of Warcraft. So then, like, every single thing that they had that was really shit in Diablo 3, they did in World of Warcraft. But they did it, like, after they had fixed it in Diablo 3. Then they added it in World of Warcraft. And it was shit there too. And it was even worse. Because the game is different. Like, when you're grinding things, you're not grinding as fast as you do in Diablo 3. So, like, getting a legendary, for some people, they literally were not allowed to join their raiding groups. Because even if they were playing, like, 24/7, they still didn't get that, like, that one legendary item that was specific for their build that they needed. And then they were just not allowed in. Because they couldn't, like, they didn't contribute enough. So it was like... They made the game completely RNG based, whether you are gated out of playing with your friends or not. And then after that, they went even further. Like, oh my god, it's absolutely unbelievable how much they fucked up World of Warcraft with Legion and after. I still enjoyed Legion, playing it, but the mechanics were fucking dumb as shit. They also introduced something called Warforging. So when you do a dungeon and you get gear, there's a random chance for it to become Warforged. And that meant that it got like, I don't know exactly how many eye levels, but it was like between 10 and 50 eye levels it would gain. Which would mean that it would become stronger, obviously. So that meant that you had to grind the dungeons forever because you needed to get the maximum Warforged stuff. And then after that, they released like mythic dungeons, and then those mythic dungeons had higher eye level based on the mythic level you were playing on, if I remember correctly. And those would also Warforged, so then you had to like grind those and get those Warforged. And then after that, after they introduced this, and everyone hated it because it was dog shit, they introduced Titan Forge, which is the exact same thing, except on top of Warforged. So when you started doing dungeons, and you got a Warforged item, there was another RNG chance that would make it Titan Forged, which would make it like 60 to like 110 item levels higher. So the entire game became like about just grinding dungeons for all eternity to hope that you get that one item that was correct, and then hope that it would RNG Warforge, and then it would RNG Titan Forge to the like correct item level to get items that were like better than raid gear. And that's like what the game became. And that ties back to the whole like daily grind that they started adding as well, where everything became more grindy, because you just had to do your dailies, and the dailies become more involved because you have to like grind. It's not about grinding gold anymore. Like you do dailies to grind like artifact power and shit, so you can upgrade your current expansion artifacts forever. And it was just like, it's absolutely ridiculous how many like cakes of RNG grind that they stacked on top of each other. Like, playing more than one character was absolutely impossible. And none of it was enjoyable. Actually, Mythic Dungeons were pretty good. Because you could push the dungeons. That was like the one good thing that they grabbed from Diablo 3. In a good way. But it also kind of sucks at the same time. Because it has an issue. Like in Diablo 3 they introduced rifts. Which, let's not even talk about rifts. But they introduced rifts, which is like you open up this portal to a randomly generated dungeon, and then you just go through it and you kill everything, and then you pick up the loot and then you go out. But then they also introduced challenge rifts or whatever. I don't remember what they're called. But it's like you do a shitload of rifts and then you get enough, like whatever resources you needed, I don't remember, to do a challenge rift. And this challenge rift would scale like much higher in difficulty than the normal rifts and the normal difficulties, to the point where it became literally undoable. Like, but that was, I mean, that's kind of okay, but at the same time it creates like a meta in the game where only these classes are actually viable if you want to play with people, because everyone's pushing the highest rifts. So you can literally like only play like this class with this set, and then you need to have like all these 4 classes with these specific sets and builds, otherwise you literally can't play the game. And that's what the issue. That's the issue that arises when you have these kind of infinite scaling things. And Mythic Dungeons did the same thing. Like, it was nice to be able to set like the difficulty for any dungeon any way you wanted it, because then you could do like you would be forced to CC, and you would forced to do like certain specific strats and whatnot, which was cool for like a party of friends. You know, you could just push as far as you wanted. But then all of a sudden you just can't like play with people because you're playing a rogue, for example, and maybe the rogue is just useless after a certain mythic level, so then you just have to re-roll if you want to keep pushing. But yeah, I don't even know what I'm talking about anymore. I'm talking shit about WoW. It always like busts my balls how they keep introducing like such half-assed mechanics. Like, it's never well thought out. It's always super stupid. It's like someone just thought of something in a meeting and they were like, yeah, let's do that. And then they just did that. Like no one fleshed out the idea. They just didn't do anything. They just did it. And then it was really retarded. I'll be right back. Ooh. I'm very sad that there are no MMOs coming out. There's not a single MMO on the horizon. It's really sad. There's nothing. Zero. There are some coming out, but none of them are like interesting at all. So, where do we go now? We go... Garlemald. That's where we go. Blast it all! Overgrown bastard got away again. If only there were someone we could turn to. But who? Oh, excuse me. Didn't see you there. Pardon my mumbling. Hold a moment. Let me have a look at you. Those eyes. That steady set jaw. Yes, you're a doughty sort, aren't you? Perfect. You're just the man I was in the market for. Our camp stores are being pillaged, plundered, and altogether despoiled. Which is troublesome indeed, as we've so little in the way of provision as it is. Fortunately, the thieves left tracks, which the Garlean hunters of the area tell us belong to a variety of yeti known as Almasti. The wretches are so wily that once they've found a source of food, they come in droves, telling all their other accursed friends. So that leaves us with only one recourse, swift and bloody retribution. I was told to find the assistance of a master huntsman, but you certainly can't find one of those just lying about. I was fretting over whom to ask, when you fell straight into my lap, and you seem as good a hunter as any, right? If you're willing to cooperate, I am sure that you are. And I am sure that you are. Speak with the Imperial Hunter just outside camp. He'll set you on the right path. I have an important task to perform, and by that I mean have someone else perform. I've been lumbered with the unenviable duty of keeping inventory of supplies, brought by each delegation. Though weaponry and basic provisions have been accounted for, I can't say the same for what might be considered creature comforts. You see, even the most frivolous of things can make a huge difference out here in the frozen wastes, so I'm trying to put together a list of the luxury goods at our disposal. Seeing as you're on good terms with practically everyone here, better than me at any rate, perhaps you could help. Much appreciated. I've already sent one of my subordinates to speak with the Maelstrom, Temple Knights, and Alamegan Resistance. I need you to ask the remaining groups, namely the Twin Adders, Immortal Flames, and our Far Eastern allies. Any information you can bring me would be most welcome. Just the person I was hoping to see. Might I interest you in a little hunting? It's bears I'm after. If you've never tried their meat, I'd thoroughly recommend it. They're far from the easiest of prey, though I dare say you've faced much worse. If you're game, here's the plan. First, we lure them out with this deer meat, which is also laced with sleeping potion. Then it's a simple matter of walking over and offing them in the manner of your choosing. What could be simpler? Here's 3 ample servings of prime venison. Be sure to let the concoctions take effect before swooping in to claim your prize. Aha! You do have a way of appearing at the most opportune times, don't you? I was only thinking to myself, if only Robin were here. So, to business. in light of our work to aid the people of Garlemald. The First Legion put to us an offer. Their service machina is ours, should we want it. Though, as we've all recently learned, nothing is ever so easy, as the Magitech in question still lies within the city limits. The selfsame engineer who gifted us with this information has offered to escort you to the site. That's right, you, mentioned you by name, even. I would never force you to attend to a task so perilous, but it would be a great boon for our cause, were we to wrangle that machina to our purposes. The area in question is sadly littered with detritus of all manner, making exploration difficult, if not impossible. To that end, here, these ought to blast, bomb, and demolish any barrier foolish enough to stand between our hero and his cause. The engineer awaits you outside the encampment's limits. Find him when you are ready to brave the perils of the city. Oh, Garlean writing now. Equip it. This one's giving me a bunch of skill speed and length. Let's equip it. There is one thing that springs to mind. We brought several bolts of felt, which might seem a bit odd to some. Most people don't realize how effective it is in keeping the cold out, and the warm in, and that's not all. We use it in everything from clothing to our yurts, and even for patching up wounds. Of course, we're more than willing to share it with the rest of the contingent. We also have a whole crate of what you might call warming stones, in the common tongue. Hold one in your hands and you'll see what I mean. There are plenty of those to go around as well. Salutations, Robin. Forgive me the abrupt nature of my question, but have you ever sat astride Magitech armor? Yes. Fantastic. If anyone were to have such experience, I knew it would be you. The reason for my asking is simple. We wish to get an aerial view of the city to assess damages. A Magitech pilot belonging to the First Legion was kind enough to suggest we use one of their flying units to conduct our survey. Alas, the person we initially requested for this assignment has been injured and rendered unable to board the armor. Fortunately, I have found you, or rather you have found me, as it were. This Magitech pilot I spoke of awaits you at the Liminal Station 4. You'll find him performing maintenance on the armor you will be using. He will get you set up. Are we gonna ride some Magitech armor for a while? Instead of the Chocobo? Yielded? Nope, I don't think so. I have a question. Do I look imposing? Intimidating, perhaps? Yeah, dude. Sorry, you must think it strange I would ask such a thing. The truth is, I encountered a boy near one of the storerooms, and when I called out to him, he ran away at the sight of me. I was only trying to lend a helping hand. Later on, I learned that the place was used as a granary, so the lad was most likely searching for food. Now, thanks to me scaring him off, he probably had to go hungry. I couldn't live with myself if he starved because of me, though I fear he'd only run off if I tried to approach him. I wonder, perhaps you wouldn't mind going in my stead. Here, you might find him more easily with his telescope. May the Kami guide you. Now we can shoot some fireballs! Blam! Blam! I beg your pardon, but I hear you're a man of the world. We have a slight problem, and your knowledge might help us solve it. Actually, they came to me first, but when it comes to anything other than the martial arts, I'm unable to provide much in the way of assistance. I did, however, offer to find someone who can, so hopefully I may yet make myself useful. A man of the maelstrom is over by the store, no doubt scratching his head as we speak. I'm sure he'd benefit from your wisdom. No, that's the quest chain. Let's finish the rest first. Creature comforts? Well, we did bring a large shipment of tea leaves provided by the Carline Canopy. Mother Mune and Fufucha both agree that there's no better way to stave off the cold than a nice hot brew, and I can personally attest to that. We've enough for everyone if they've a mind to try it. Could you spare a few moments to assist me? The situation's rather dire, I'm afraid. Even now, our healers continue to treat the Imperial troops encountered on the Magna Glacies, and prolonged use of curative magics has pushed them beyond their limits. To make matters worse, spending so much time around the Tempered, with all their raving and thrashing about, takes its toll on their carers. I dare say a few words of encouragement from the champion of Eorzea will help raise their spirits. I also have a few bottles of ether to alleviate their fatigue. Would you mind distributing these among the healers? I was told someone would come to help, but I never thought it would be you. Well, now that you're here, I'd like to take a look at this container we recovered from the Magna Glacies. It was one of several, in fact, and though we've succeeded in cracking the others open, this stubborn bugger refuses to yield. All I know is a 4-letter password is needed to unlock it. What that might be, I haven't the foggiest idea. There might be someone around here who either knows what it is or can point us in the right direction. Could you try asking around for me? Four letters. Hey, you know a letter? Sorry, I don't know the exact code, but given that the container belonged to the 3rd Legion, perhaps the password has some sort of significance to them. Oh, Dungeon. Malika's well, alright. Is that all? I pulled Sentinel on that! It's not gonna go well. He popped invulnerability on this. Oh. This guy is very unsure of himself. Which means he's gonna die now. Pop Rampart and Reprisal. That's all you need. Good job. Come on. Pull more. Or not. Normally you can do your entire opener, but it was on cooldown, so I got fuck all instead. Final Fantasy game that I still can't call Final Fantasy. Alright. Ow! I'm dead. Holy shit, that's so fucked up. What did I just do? Yeah, I think it's the best single player Final Fantasy game. Resuming the MSQ? Well, good. Because you're here and you're about to get mega spoiled like any second. Yes, Malik as well is fine. But this was the leveling roulette. It could have been one of the new dungeons. It's all I am saying. Ooh. Just downed all my coffee in one. Whoops. Whoops. God damn it. He's dead. Finally got my alt on my server. Nice. Now you don't have to play Endwalker. Now you can just level this mage instead. Lancer? You need an alt for a Lancer? Alright. If it isn't Lieutenant Tia, your timing is fortuitous. There is a request I would make of you. One on the more perilous side. As you know, we are working day and night to escort the city's residents to safety. Unfortunately, some Magitech colossi seek to undermine our efforts, but to directly engage them would result in catastrophic collateral damage. Luckily, it need not come to that. Garland Ironworks has a product known as a Magitech plasma cannon. That means nothing to me, I confess, but word is this creation of theirs is capable of stopping a war machina dead in its tracks. Sounds too good to be true, I know. Well, here's the rub. This silver bullet is a damned costly thing to develop, and they don't want just anyone handling it. Sid put your name forward, though. He said you would acquit yourself well of this task. I know it is a deal to ask. But should you decide to aid us in our efforts, we will be waiting near the station. My Black Mage is like level 87 now. I really like it, to be honest. Ooh, I've seen you before. You fought bravely at the Nada, as I recall. And you come bearing gifts. Yes, treating the tempered is a lot harder than I'd imagined. Before we came here, I'd only heard rumors of the condition. But to see it with my own eyes, no one deserves that. No one. That's why the work we do is so important. Once I have finished resting, as I was ordered, I shall return to the patients. And I thank you for your kindness. Let me see. Other than the usual materiel, we also have a number of tents donated by Lord Lolorito. A few of them have been pitched around the camp, and you might be interested to know they were woven by Alamigan refugees. We're all glad they found meaningful employment, and the quality of their work speaks for itself. We do appear, however, to have overestimated how many tents we would need, and find ourselves with a surplus of cloth. We soon discovered, however, that when folded up, the tent sheets make for surprisingly good bedding. I'd be happy to donate a few. Robin, may I bother you a moment? I trust word has already reached you regarding the reclamation of the discarded weaponry. No. No? Truly? Then it's good you've found me. As you are well aware, in accordance with the truce, the First Legion has lain down its arms. Unfortunately, its soldiers laid down those arms wherever they pleased, and now they're scattered all over the city. Should you stumble upon, or more likely trip upon, any of this aforementioned Imperial weaponry, we ask that you reclaim it and return it to us post-haste. Please, gather up anything even vaguely useful looking. Though you can probably draw the line at a plank with a nail through it. We already have enough of those. The Warrior of Light. It's an honor to meet you. Oh, I'm just doing my job, is all. No need to thank me. Well, truth be told, it's beginning to wear on me bit by bit. I once lost a friend to tempering, and every time we managed to cure one of the afflicted, I am reminded of those we couldn't save. If only we'd have a way of treating them before they were. No, I mustn't let such thoughts cloud my mind. And we're all very grateful for the work of the Scion. For the work of the Scions in creating this treatment. For my part, I'll do everything in my power to save as many lives as possible. Please, a moment of your time. This poor girl, she has come all the way from the seat of the Empire, alone, it would seem. I meant to ask what troubled her, but she can't catch her breath for all her tears, let alone speak. I'm not accustomed to children and their handling. I can never say the right thing, but perhaps you will have more success in calming her than I. Could you try to soothe whatever sorrow plagues her? Come here, let me soothe you. Where is soothe? There it is. Sniffle? Thank you. I feel a bit better now. What am I doing here? Well, Mum said we might find some food at your camp. But on our way here, one of the buildings started to crumble, and a big bit of the wall hit my mum, and she is still trapped under it. I tried to pull her out, but Please, she needs help. My word! You needn't worry, little one. Help is on the way. Robin, follow her to her mother. See if there is aught to be done. I will round up a few soldiers to assist you just in case. You mean it? You're really going to help me? She's just over this way. Quickly. Well, as long as your mom's not dead. He's too slow. Don't tell me you're running all the way over there to the city. Through the monsters. Under the bridge? Such strength! Was that some sort of magic? Forgive me, I had begun to panic, thinking I'd be trapped forever. Thanks to you, I can walk away with my life intact. I'm so proud of you, my little soldier. How brave you were to seek help as you did. You must have been so scared. I was, but that's when I met this real little soldier, littler than me even, and he asked this nice man to help us. So that's what happened. We were at the station when they announced the truce, so I know that we're no longer at odds, but even so, I imagine it's difficult for some of you to see us as anything more than the enemy. Your contingent is kind indeed to take us in as you have. It is more than I expected, to be sure. I was prepared for something of a fight, in fact. But so long as my sweet one depends on me, nothing shall stop me from making sure she's safe. We are survivors, come what may. We'll set out for your camp once more. Farewell, sir. You have my most heartfelt gratitude, and before I go, I do give my thanks, or before I go, do give my thanks to that warrior my daughter spoke of, should you see him again. Well, we are already out here, might as well go and do this. Whatever that is. I really don't like this area. I can barely see anything. That's a cerulean sprite drop. Nothing! Ludicrously massive bear. Come here. Oh shit! Got the Phoenix bird. Oh, no, we got Tornado Kick again. Not what I wanted to do. Come on. Bird. Container. I'm sorry, I've never had much to do with them. But if you're after clues that could lead you to the password, a little background information on the 3rd Legion might be of use. It was formed in the first year of Emperor Solus's reign and spent the first few decades engaged in campaigns across the northern territories. In the 42nd year, for its exemplary service to the Empire, it was assigned a new role, the protection of the capital, and a far more prestigious position. I see you are still in possession of a full set of limbs, which can only mean the hunt was a success. Truth be told, I heard from the others in the field that the bear you encountered was rather more lively than we'd anticipated, and a fair bit bigger. What? You felled the brute all by yourself? Most impressive, though it would appear that the sleeping potion provided by Lord Emanolaine was considerably less effective than he led us to believe. As he tells it, he adopted this approach after incurring the wrath of his Lord Father for his inability to master more sporting methods. He spoke of his exploits with some pride, despite the tales hardly painting him in a favorable light. Still, in our present situation, we must forego the thrills of the hunt and select the means that present the surest route to success, underhanded though they may be. Regrettably, the bears of this region are entirely immune to the formula, or perhaps there was something wrong with it to begin with. In any case, no harm done, eh? To you, I mean, not the bears, obviously. I understand it's common for people to choose dates and so forth for special importance as their password. As for the members of the 3rd, nothing springs to mind. Perhaps an anniversary or something along those lines. Do the others have anything to share? Yes, that will do nicely. What's more, the Temple Knights, Maelstrom and Alamegan Resistance had a fair few useful supplies of their own, so my list of creature comforts is a lot longer than I was expecting. In all honesty, I was worried that taking in all those Imperials might put everyone, including them, in a very unfavorable position. Even those of us most committed to the cause might find it hard to put the needs of our former enemies before those of our sworn comrades. A valid point, perhaps, until you stop to consider the terrible fate that has befallen Garlemald. I wouldn't wish that on anyone. In any case, they're the reason we're here in the first place, so it's our duty to lend them what aid we can. Ah, listen to me ramble on. Anyway, for your part in making our lives a little more bearable, please accept this as a token of my gratitude. If this belonged to the 3rd Legion, they'd be the ones to pick the password, most likely make it easy to remember. That information we got about the history of the Legion might be a lead worth it following, but we have no way of entering numbers, only letters. Wait, that's it! Gaulian numerals. Let's see, 3 is written as III then. If I take 42, hold on. XLII, is that right? Worth a try, I suppose. It worked! Haha! Now to inspect our treasure. What the bloody hell's is this? A flag? Why would they bother keeping a thing like this locked away? Well, I'll not pretend I understand their ways. Let's just assume they have a good reason for treating a bit of cloth with such reverence. Probably best to leave it here undisturbed, as I have no intention of offending anyone. Could I ask you to pass on word what we've found? Oh, and thanks for your help. Nope, not yet. So, has the investigation finally reached its conclusion? A Garlean flag? We'd be wise to treat it with respect. The chain it bears represents the unity between the people of the Empire, a unity that is all but lost. To think that this banner would be locked away, rather than raised proudly, a relic of Garlemald's past. Though they have long been our enemies, to see its people brought so low, why... Forgive me, I have spoken overmuch. Though the search did not uncover any resources to speak of, at least the mystery of the locked container can be laid to rest. You have our thanks. Please, a moment of your time. A friend who was sent out on reconnaissance has been gone far too long, and she's not responding to her link pearl. Will you help me look for her? I knew you would. Let's split up. I'll search around the camp while you head for the lake. Lieutenant Tia, we received a rather urgent call for assistance only moments ago. One of our finest located a civilian and meant to lead them to safety, but was waylaid. Magitech ordnance set upon them, and our comrade was wounded in the barrage. I shouldn't prattle on any longer. This is their most desperate hour and are in need of urgent help. The city streets can be treacherous to the inexperienced, which is why I would ask that you undertake this task. Can they count on your assistance? Yes. Excellent. Seek out our man in Regio Urbanissima and provide him with this tincture. That ought to set him on his feet again, and with any luck grant him strength enough to get both himself and the civilians back here. Have you any discarded weaponry on your person? Yes, that's just what we're looking for. Thank you for bringing it to us. It is said that each legion has its own unique weaponry, but to my eye it's all much of a muchness. I suppose their similarities are owed to the fact that they were mass-produced in the Enceladeo. Perhaps when Garlemald still thought itself a republic, and they first started employing Rugadin mercenaries, they sought to diversify their armaments in the same way as their troops. Of course, later advances in technology made it possible to churn out all sorts of weaponry at an alarming rate. I wonder, if they had never discovered Machina, what would the Empire look like today? Makes one think, doesn't it? Not really. I think so. My men report that they found both the mother and the child making their way here, and have provided them the shelter and aid they require. I confess I was more than a bit surprised when the woman told me of your success in lifting the rubble. It sounded too tall a tale to be real even, but then I remembered who we are dealing with, and felt foolish for doubting her. At any rate, they are safe and in our care now. All thanks to you. Sorry, I was a bit distracted. Aye, you wouldn't believe some of the things I've seen. Those poor bastards calling out to Varys for salvation, wailing out anthems praising the Empire, and then they're screaming. Gods, I can still hear them. But I mustn't let that stop me from fulfilling my duty. I'll fill my ears with wax if I have to, and once I get this ether down my neck, I'll return to my post. You came. I half expected you might not, given the dangers. Then again, you are Eorzea's champion, and what sort of hero balks in the face of a challenge, eh? Forgive my excitement. I've been wanting to make your acquaintance for some time now. Yes, well, anyway, shall we be off then? Find me at Regio Urbanissima, and I shall escort you from there. Far easier that way, trust me. Okay, the boy. You spot the boy carrying a crate in the direction of Liminal Station 4. I did use the item, right? Yeah. The speed boost. The maps are pretty big, so... What am I looking for? There. I cannot thank you enough. Whew. I would surely have succumbed to my injuries had you not come along. You see, a nightmare of a war machina set upon us out of nowhere, and my medical supplies were destroyed in the opening volley. I took a rather nasty hit myself, but it would have been a lot worse if this kind lady had not noticed the enemy approaching. I owe her my life. It was nothing compared to the bravery you showed in rescuing me. If not for you, No, I shan't speak of it. It's too grisly a thought to put into words. You've nothing to worry about now, I assure you. Please, allow me to escort you to Camp Broken Glass. Food and succor await. Join us, will you, Robin? The soldier who sent you here must be eager to hear of your exploits. Later. Masterworks all, you can't go wrong. Well, well, well. Eorzea's very own hero himself is to be our pilot. Then again, accomplished aviators such as yourself are thin on the ground these days. I suppose they had to turn to you. But let us turn to the business at hand. The Ilsabard contingent has requested that we ascertain the levels of damage the city has sustained, and the only real way to get a proper handle on the situation is from above. However, there are still hosts of autonomous machines lurking the streets, and they won't hesitate to shoot down an unidentified craft, which is where the First Legion's Magitech comes in. So long as we remain inside this armor, we needn't fear attack from the ground. When your loins are sufficiently girded for your trip among the clouds, just say the word. Not to scare you off, as this mission is of great importance to us, but I hope you've some idea of what you're about to embark upon. You will be wheeling through the sky in what is essentially a metal bucket. If that hasn't unnerved you, I am ready when you are. Let's go, dude. Then let us be on our way. Are we even doing anything here? Oh, is this just a WoW quest? We shall start our survey from the north. A word of warning, though. From above, the extent of the damage will seem much greater than what you expected. It may come as something of a shock. See that overpass there? It looks like it might collapse at any moment. A single chocobo feather could see it crumble to dust. I reckon. We shall cordon it off and ensure that none of ours attempts to enter the area. This is Palatium Novum. Though it is in a sorry state now, its towers were once symbols of our empire. Symbols of the progress we could achieve through the application of our sciences. I am inclined to enter the structure proper to examine the extent of the devastation from within. Sadly, we are still too few in number for such an undertaking. It will have to wait. Look there! This looks largely intact, which is little wonder. The building, which dates back to the era of the Republic, is said to be constructed from materials meant to ward against all manner of offensive magics. Clearly, not all our buildings were erected with such a design philosophy. We had foolishly assumed that the war machina defending us would make up for less than ideal structural integrity. You can see what cutting corners costs you. With that, I would say we hit all the key areas of the city for the most part. Let's return to Camp Broken Glass, shall we? Thank you for joining me in the skies today, Robin. I confess I have been on my guard around you Eorzean lot. It has been beaten into my skull that you are and will always be my enemy. Spending time with you today, however, has made me realize that you truly are here to help us, not harm us. To be honest, your contingent support has been a bright spot in this gloom. It is easy to fall prey to hopelessness, but we have a responsibility to fight on, do we not? We are all of us living on this star, and who else can see it brought back from the brink of ruin? Many of us have lost families, friends, loved ones. Grief hangs heavily on the Empire. We need time to lick our wounds, but that does not mean we are without the fire of determination. We wish to see our home restored to its former glory. That is part of the reason why I decided to undertake this task. Actually, I wanted to better understand not only the road ahead for the Empire, but to see for myself the stuff you Eorzeans are made of. Enough sentimentality though. There is still much to be done here, and this armor won't repair itself. Would you mind reporting back to the reconnaissance officer who assigned you to this task, and tell him of our findings? Fate? Someone's doing a fate? Is this person waiting? Hello, local boy. What do you want? Saw me, did ya? So what? I didn't do anything wrong. Finders keepers. And this food ain't just for me. The others need it too, you know. I know you're just trying to help, but we can look after ourselves. If your friend's worried about us, tell him we'll be all right. Until this food runs out, anyway. Beef? Doggies and whatever that is. Thank you. Thank goodness you're here. Never mind me, this man is in desperate need of aid. Ugh! I thought he could use my help, so I called out to him, but he soon bolted in fear. That's when one of these fiends appeared out of nowhere and pounced on him. Although I rushed to fend it off, it had already signaled to its packmates. Then, just as they had me on the back foot, you arrived. I would have called for assistance if my hands weren't already full, but thanks to your timely intervention, I can finally send for troops to take this poor fellow to safety. I'll move him to a more secure location until our comrades get here. While you and I are both perfectly capable of conveying the situation via link perp, perhaps it would set their minds at ease if you could also speak to them in person. What is the level? Right. So, you've found it within your heart to help an old friend once again, eh? Rest assured I won't soon forget your generosity. Now, on to the matter at hand. The people here have told me about the Magitech weaponry stalking the frozen tundra. We've no pilots to guide them. They unleash their fury upon whosoever is unfortunate enough to cross their path. Several of the refugees attempted to combat the threat using a few abandoned suits of Magitech armor, but they were soon overwhelmed. It's not often you see Magitech turn on Magitech, but not much surprises me these days. Luckily, no one was killed during that incident, but the mindless machines are still out there, primed and ready for the next target. That's where you come in. The stories say you're a demon in Magitech armor, and I reckon you'd reduce those things into piles of scrap before I even felt the chill in my fingertips. Like I said before, I do it myself, but seeing as how I've never even ridden in a suit of armor, I'd just be buying myself a ticket to an early grave. Rest assured, however, that I'll do my best to learn from your example. Any road, there's a suit waiting for us outside. I'll go ahead and ready it for you. Don't leave me waiting out in the cold for too long. There's a shitload of side quests, to be honest. Left. Well, she's as ready as she'll ever be. I don't think I need to tell you this, but make sure not to bring those things near the cave. I'll stand watch from here, to make sure all goes to plan. Stay safe out there, friend. Right, what am I doing with this thing? Laser beam. Cannonball. Oh, that's just a stun. Right. This Magitech armor is worse than fighting them with my fists. I think we can jump off it now. That was useless. There are 2 caves? No, she's waiting for me outside. There you are, safe and sound. See, I knew you would make quick work of those heaps of metal. Doubtless they were used to deadly effect when the Garleons waged war amongst themselves. In order to ensure they fired upon their own countrymen, they were made to destroy anything that came within their sights. The fact that they were causing trouble this far out is distressing indeed. I must warn my superiors upon my return. Before that, however, there is yet one more task I would ask of you. I fear I might be imposing overmuch, but you have my word that this is the last one. One final task, and I won't bother you any longer. You needn't fight anything, at least if you don't want to. Not this time. No, this time I mean to make use of your more diplomatic faculties. One of my duties here is to find out whether the refugees wish to return home or not. Naturally, each will have their own decision, and their own reasons, but getting a general feel for things will help us determine the best way to help in the days ahead. I'll gather what information I can from the people in the caves. You only have to speak with one man, but it may take a bit of work to find him. I've been told he ventured off towards the wreckage of the Imperial train. Now, we could wait for him to return, but I'm running behind as it is. If you could do this, you would be helping not only me, but all those who have been left without a home. Oh. Oh, it's not often I encounter someone else out here. If you've come here for ceruleum, then I'm afraid this area has already been picked clean. I'm here to ask if you wish to leave Garlemald. Jarek has already asked me as much, but I suppose you must be thorough. Could you give me a moment? I would first like to offer a prayer to the departed. This wreckage was left in the wake of one particularly fierce battle. A dear friend of mine journeyed here to search it for abandoned supplies, but a sudden explosion cut his life short. Although I had meant to offer him a lone prayer, why don't you join me? He always was one to enjoy the company of others, even those he scarcely knew. I have placed these stones to mark the spot of his passing. Pray to his memory if you will. I already had pray there. Thank you. Whatever sustenance prayers provide to those who have passed, I am sure my friend is grateful for it. As for your previous question, well, I am Alamigan by birth, and was taken from my home and family by the Empire and made to serve in their interminable wars. After 10 years, my hands were so stained with blood I no longer recognized them as my own. Days, weeks, years blended into one another, until finally I was released from service. For the first time in a long while, I thought for myself. Did my wife and child still live? Would they allow one so steeped in sin back into their home? Even now, I cannot bring myself to consider the answers to those questions. So in short, I cannot say. Please, leave me with my thoughts. I won't be far behind, I promise. There you are, and even sooner than I had anticipated. What did the man say? I see. Such a tragic story, but sadly not an uncommon one. It seems that for some, the question of where home lies has no easy answer. In any case, we've done all we can at the present. Let's return to the camp and report our findings to the contingent, eh? Eh? Oh no! Final Fantasy VI might be ruined in the remake. I mean, it already is, but it might be even more ruined. If they change the input method for Blitz, Sabin might be super annoying to use. Like if they make it actually like work so that you have to make like a real like full circle, etc. Hold a moment. I know you. Yes, you're one of the Eorzeans who was brought to the station, aren't you? I was told that I would receive assistance from one involved in the contingent's decision-making processes. But I must say, seeing you here comes as a shock. You seem the sort of person as to be above the sniping of vermin. Sure you've the time to spend on such menial tasks. Very well, I won't press this subject any longer. Your assistance will prove invaluable, I'm certain. Now then, time is wasted. Let's reconvene in the Eblan Rime, the Almasty's territory, where we'll set the trap. Because in Final Fantasy VI for the Super Nintendo, the input system is so that if you need to make like a full circle with the D-pad, you're actually not doing any diagonals. You're just doing, like, if you do up and then up to the right, you're actually doing up, up. So then you press right and then diagonal down is right again. So instead of having to do like a circle and getting all the inputs right, all you need to do is up, up, right, right, down, down, left, left, up, and then you've done a full circle. Ah, you finished your rounds then. Did the healers have anything to share? It's worse than I'd thought. Even the tempered we'd seen in our homelands did little to prepare us for the sheer numbers we've encountered here. Curing them all may appear to be an insurmountable task, but we must try. That's why maintaining morale and the well-being of our healers is so important. And you've made a valuable contribution. I'd like you to have this by way of thanks. I lend Mika bombs. Get some Mika bombs. Gods be good. I'll dispatch troops at once. We're lucky you got there when you did, though I wonder what drew that civilian to such a dangerous place to begin with. Perhaps he was in search of supplies. I doubt he'd find much food in that particular area, so it must have been fuel he was after. If I were him, I'd try that enormous extraction facility on the lake, but it sounds like he was hoping to get ceruleum from the water itself. Seems like a tricky task at the best of times, although I expect the folks around those parts have their methods. If so, they could probably stay holed up for months on end, providing there's enough food to go around. Well, the main thing is that he and my friends are no longer in any danger. I see now you're every bit the hero people say you are. Not that I ever doubted it. It is good to see you among us again. Though I admit you're a little banged up from this escapade, you seem in better health than I had expected. When I first heard of your distress call, I feared we had lost you. And you wouldn't, if it weren't for this woman's bravery and keen eyes. She warned me of the coming attack, granting me the wherewithal to avoid any fatal injuries. I hardly did anything. I merely noticed something large moving about in the shadows of some debris. It must have been because of this third eye of mine. So it's true what they say. Guardians really do have heightened awareness. But where are my manners? You've had quite the trying day. Let us find you some food and a place where you might be able to relax. Before you go, I would like to extend my gratitude to you as well. Lieutenant Tia, your expediency proved to be their saving grace this day. Did you manage to track him down? That's a relief, though his outright refusal of our help is concerning. We came here with the best of intentions, but barely a moment's consideration for how the people of Garlemald might feel towards us. I suppose it's only natural they'd be wary. If they won't accept our aid, we can still make their lives a little easier. We'll start by making the area around the granary safer, so they can gather food whenever they please. Here, I'd like you to have this for giving me peace of mind. You've flown through the skies above Garlemald and lived to tell the tale. How was the Imperial pilot? I can't imagine how difficult it must be to look down on such wreckage and know that it was once your home. But I'm sure your presence was a comfort to him. It will take a great deal of hard work and elbow grease to see this city restored, but I have all the faith in the world that we can see it done. I only hope that our efforts here can bring about an alliance between our realms. Level up! Let's queue for a spoiler dungeon. Level 87 spoiler dungeon. Giga Mega spoiler dungeon. I've gone to the trouble of submitting my report already, so you needn't worry about that. And as I promised, that brings an end to my endless requests. Truth be told, my motivations for being here aren't entirely out of a sense of duty. My father was conscripted into the Guardian forces long ago, so when I heard that refugees had been found here, I had to meet them for myself. I volunteered for this duty, but unfortunately, none of the refugees stirred my memories of it. Still, I won't give up the search. No matter what misdeeds he was forced to commit, all I want is to see him again, to share a meal under the same roof. Some, like Jarek, seem resigned to accept this place as their home. But there are others, like my father, who have people waiting for them, searching for them. If I can see even one family reunited, then all of this will have been worth it. Although the road ahead is a long one, it is time I stopped forcing you to walk it with me. Thanks for all you've done, friend. Please, take this. You have earned it 1,000 times over. And now we only have the quest chain left. Where you become even more excited, will you indeed require additional parts to perform your repairs? I cannot say I spotted any likely spares while setting up the camp. It's so good to have a quick-thinking machinist like yourself on my side. No amount of flattery will convince me to take you to my superiors, or we have physical proof of your good intentions. Now, focus please. Are spare parts required, yes or no? Yes, yes. You're awfully tense about the shoulders, did you know that? I will be needing a replacement carburetor for one of the engines. Fortunately, the same sort of engines were in use at Monitoring Station G last I checked. We ought to be able to find what we need there. After I've swapped out the faulty part and made my other repairs, I'll warm the engines up properly. That should clear any ceruleum residue and allow them to run at their full capacity once more. With that in mind, I want to start taking things apart. Can you fetch the carburetor for me? Do you even know what a carburetor is? He's a bona fide hero, you know. You can't just ask him to do your bidding, and rudely at that. No idea, but leave it to me. If you're certain, you will need to look for a sort of tube connected to the ceruleum engine's core. Many Magitech devices utilize them. Can't we just carry the entire thing back here? Oh, there. The so-called carburetor appears to have seen better days. Perhaps another ceruleum engine has a nicer one. This so-called carburetor appears to have seen better days. This carburetor appears to be intact. Appius will know for certain. This here is the Almasty's land, and considering how prolific the things are, we shouldn't have to wait long before one comes lumbering by. Ah, but I forget myself. Before we go a-hunting, here, specialty spirits. Not for you, of course. For them, the Almasties. Drown them in this stuff and they'll be 3 sheets to the wind before you know it. There's no easier quarry to catch than a drunk fool, am I right? Also, once you've felled one, don't forget to collect a bloody chunk from it. Bam! Have you the bloody chunk I requested? I should hope you kept it in a bottle, for I would rather not have gore dripping all over the both of us. Good work, I must say. You've quite the mettle to face such beasts without so much as batting an eyelid. Though it was silly of me to expect aught else from the selfsame man who set foot into Tertium, knowing full well it was a trap. You must be wondering why the blood. Well, the Almasties are clever creatures. They won't willingly wander into dangerous lands, especially ones that smell of death. So sprinkling a copious amount of their fellows' gore about the encampment ought to ensure they give us a wide berth. Let's head back to Camp Broken Glass. There you can tell the soldier who sent you to me that he was right to put you on the job. Okay. The hunter has delivered word to me already of his plans to deal with our Yeti troubles. How clever a stratagem he's hit upon. If only the method weren't quite so macabre, shall we say. Almost surreal to consider that our whilom foes now aid us in our survival. Today has proven to me that we really can bridge the divide that once separated us from them, and all it takes is for us to simply reach out and offer a hand in friendship. I should like very much were this newfound partnership to continue. And not a moment too soon. Were you able to find an intact carburetor? Maybe. What do you think? This will do. Now Rimmelnod and I can finish fixing up those engines in no time at all. There. Everything's in order. These should be much more efficient, and you'll notice they've stopped making strange, ominous noises. I must say, I am taken aback by your abundance of skill. Allow me to thank you on behalf of everyone here at Camp Broken Glass. Oh, the pleasure is all mine. Happy to be of service. You do seem genuine about that. Tell me, do you have some sort of connection to Camp Broken Glass? In a way, I hail from Laterum as it happens. It was a village here, precisely where your camp is now. It acted as a checkpoint for those visiting the capital, but it was also home to the rig's workers and our families. Obviously, much has happened since last I could call this place home, but in my heart of hearts it always will be. I must apologize. We're effectively occupying your home, yet place the full burden of proving good faith in our dealings upon you. Oh no, I couldn't blame you for that. We hardly had a viable alternative to abandoning Laterum, knowing we could never defend ourselves against wandering bands of maddened soldiers. But that reality is no more your fault than ours. Even if you vacated right this instant, I doubt many of us would return. We simply don't have the resources. Until Juturna Platform G is back in working order, that is. Truth be told, your presence here is what had me daring to hope. If you agree to help me now, there may come a day when the other survivors and I can come home. Fury above, I certainly can't turn you away now, and you've proven yourself with your work this day. I have no lingering qualms about approaching my superiors with your proposal. Truly, oh, I could kiss you. Well, please don't, I'm not gay. If there are no objections, I will speak to the quartermaster about getting the necessary men and supplies for this operation straight away. He's stationed just over there in the pavilion. And oh man, I need a new computer so bad. Running Final Fantasy, it's at like 30% CPU usage. And I'm at like constantly skirting 95+% CPU usage total. I wonder if I should buy some new stuff. If there are no objections, I will speak to the quartermaster about getting the necessary men and supplies for this operation straight away. He's stationed just over there in the pavilion. Could I trouble you to accompany me? It might help if another can testify to Appius' sincerity and competence. Great idea. What are we waiting for? One would think he didn't have a care in the world. Let us pray that Estelot is amused rather than irritated. Like, my GPU is perfectly fine. It's gonna be fine for like 10 years. Ah, Rimmelnot. I see you brought Master Tia and is that the envoy from Trapper's Den? Well, actually, maybe not. It depends. Because more and more games are scaling their textures in a way that doesn't work well on 1080p. But that's not that big of an issue. I don't really care if it's 1080p normally.
Please, turn back, else I might be forced to.
Soldier boy. I don't know when he's gonna use... Yeah, that's what I was waiting for. After this, we'll pop our cooldowns. This boss even do anything? I don't think so.
I cannot let you take Meteor. Not yet.
Super confused there for some reason. Brotherhood's gonna be an absolutely insane damage boost later. I would imagine.
I must hear their answers before they're expunged from existence. tranquility I require. Gust and gale, gather to me! Ancient brand, unleash your power! Dancing winds, pierce my foes! Stars on high, all is rain!
Which one is it? Is it like this? Alright. Well, that's bad. Not gonna win the DPS now.
Streams of ether, surge as one!
What did I miss? Nothing. Welcome back though. You probably missed my like 4-minute, 10-minute rant about wow.
Dancing winds, pierce my foes! Stars on high, all is rain!
No, I'm not.
Even when transformed, but I am not finished yet.
I have played this game the same way I played WoW, more or less. Every expansion I'd come back and play a little bit. Which I did with WoW as well, until Battle for Azeroth. When I was like, you know what? Blizzard kinda sucks, and this expansion is way too expensive. Hello Despis, how's it going? Ah, Rimmelnod. I see you brought Master Tia, and is that the envoy from Trapper's Den? Yes. You see, sir, it all began with Appius here. I see. It would certainly be a boon to us if the platform was restored to working order. No doubt. So, you agree to help? On one condition. You must first confirm that the platform can be reactivated. We aren't blessed with a surfeit of personnel and resources, you know. Thus our reaching out to the tappers. To begin with, we cannot waste time and manpower on an operation with little chance of success. Rimmelnot, you are tasked with assessing the current state of Juturna Platform G, as well as the precise resources we would need to commit to reactivating it. I shall make my final decision on how to proceed only once I am fully abreast of the situation. Yes, sir. In that case, Robin and I will accompany you. Will I? You really ought to stop making decisions on Robin's behalf, but I would be glad for the company. Meet us at Juturna Platform G, if you would. Appius can help me carry the equipment. What's SC? Is that StarCraft? Soul Calibur? Both are equally rare that people play nowadays. Isn't that a fighting game? Soul Calibur is, but not StarCraft. Ah, I do miss the days when we had a full crew, pumping and tinkering and operating heavy machinery on too little sleep. As much as I would like to know what in the hell's you're on about, we have no time to be revisiting old memories. We're here for one reason, and one reason only. I know. At least the exterior seems unharmed. I'll head inside and have a look around. Can you two stay here and make sure nothing large and hungry is waiting for me when I come back? That sounds reasonable. Robin, let us keep our wits about us. Excellent. I'll see you both in a bit. Ah, Appius. How did it look? The equipment appears undamaged, though temperatures are so low that we'll need to be careful about how we turn everything on again. It's just... What? Is there another issue? In a word, yes. I couldn't find the identification key. Without it, there's no way to activate the platform, even if it were in pristine condition. And why exactly was it designed with such an obvious flaw? Flaw? Juturna Platform G is the capital's main supplier of cerulean. It wouldn't do if anyone could turn it off and on, now would it? The key is always kept secure, and there are only 2 people able to open the container it's usually stored in. Myself and Chief Frontinus. I haven't seen him since this blasted war began, but I can only imagine he's out there somewhere, key in hand. Which means he avoided being tempered. I've never met anyone quite as loyal to the Empire as Chief Frontinus. He probably took the key to stop anyone from misusing the platform. Then I'd say he succeeded in his aim. It's stayed dormant this whole time, and out of the hands of the warring factions. Indeed, now we just need to find out where he is. I'm sorry for wasting your time. There's no way we can get this place up and running without that key. Don't tell me you're going to give up, just like that. Not after I found a carburetor for you, you don't. I suppose you're right. With the 3 of us together, we surely can think of something. Is there really no way to bypass the mechanism that the identification key interacts with? What exactly do you mean? I work at the manufactory in Ishgard. I once watched my superior, as is his way, dismantle a magitek armament and put it back together again. He succeeded in bypassing the verification mechanism required to activate the machine by rewiring it. I was wondering if something similar wouldn't be possible with the platform. That's something a second-rate thief would do! Well, beggars can't be choosers. Save your chief engineer appearing out of the thin air. It's likely our only option. You've got a point there, and far be it from me to turn down a proposal from an esteemed colleague. I'm so glad to have you at my disposal. That's the spirit, I suppose. I shall return to camp to inform the quartermaster of our plan. He should be willing to spare an external power source and a few other tools if I vow to return them soon. Perhaps even some extra pair of hands. That leaves me to open up the control panel and rearrange a few things before Rimmelnall returns. In the meantime, I'd thank you to keep an eye out for anything that might eat him on the way back. There were never so many beasts around before, but they must have gotten too comfortable, without us traipsing back and forth across the ice. A little too comfortable, if you ask me. If we finish this area today... then there are only 4 entire areas left. And the main, or the role quests. The role quests. Since we got like a long quest chain after we finished all of them, I absolutely need to finish that. I've done all I can for now. I even caught the end of your battle with those creatures. Spectacular. Ready to get to work, I hope. Of course, all that's left is to engage in a bit of Ishgardian skullduggery. I'm not sure I care for that turn of phrase, but very well. We'll attach the power devices, which should allow you to utilize the control panel. Thrilling! This place will be up and running before you know it. Just stand back and watch the master at work. The fuck is skullduggery? Well, that was easy. It worked, yes? You bet it did! There's life in the old girl yet. Underhand, unscrupulous, or dishonest behavior or activities. Oh, that's what he meant. Because they were hot wiring Magitek armors. Of course, there's still a lot of work to be done to get it ready to extract and refine ceruleum. but we're off to an excellent start. Which means Garlemald just took its first step on the road to recovery. I cannot thank you both enough. Yeah! Yippee! It's a weird word, it doesn't sound like a real one. I'm pleased that this plan was a success after all. I appreciate your concern, seeing it through to the end. We can leave the rest to the engineers I brought with me. They are more than capable of keeping the place operational until we're prepared for the next phase. Now, let us all return to camp and inform Estelot of our triumph. There's no way that questline ends there. Or maybe it does. It might continue later. Boom! Ah, good to see you again. I was just wondering when I might hear how you had fared with the platform. And it seems I won't have any longer to wait. I trust your eagerness is a sign that you have some success. Yes, sir. We were able to access the platform's controls and confirm that it is operational. There are still adjustments to be made, but I imagine it won't be long until it's fully operational. Splendid. If the camp can secure a stable supply of energy, we can begin rebuilding throughout the region. It will doubtless give succor to those in Trapper's Den, and the capital proper as well. One of our goals when we first came here was to improve the lives of those that can still call this frozen land home. And you have made a great contribution towards realizing that ambition. Thank you, sir. I certainly wouldn't have made it this far without your genius. The days when Garlemald looked towards a bright future seem so distant now that the snow and frost have reclaimed their dominion. But I, for one, am ready to embark on the same journey that my ancestors once did, and build a new home around the warmth of cerulean flame. I am certain that when the time comes, I shall be proud to know that I worked alongside you. I must thank you as well. You have taught me to listen with sincerity to the words of those I would otherwise have unjustly scorned. I still don't trust him. I imagine it will be some time before we can return Latrum to its former inhabitants, but I promise that when we do, it will be in a better state than when you left. Well then, we'd better get to work. Ah, we indeed. Give me money! How much do you get for one money? Like, you can usually pick between like a bunch of different soups and one money bag. The money bag gives you 500 gil. And anything that is worth buying on the market is like 500,000. So even if I do every single side quest in the entire game, that's still like barely worth anything. Plus you get like 1,000 gil from finishing it. Luckily, I usually buy like one piece of gear from the market, which is some crafted item, just because it looks cool. What do you want? Hold on. You seem a rather dexterous sort. Perhaps I can persuade you to take on a task for me. I trust you are aware that ceruleum tanks can be salvaged from downed Magitech weaponry, yes? Excellent. As it so happens, I have just finished scouting the perimeter of the station. looking for any machina that aren't yet completely destroyed. I thought my work done, but word has reached me that some war machina have recently come to a grinding halt nearby. As much as I would like to investigate this report, I worry that things may not be completely out of commission, that they may still have life enough left to strike a killing blow. If you're willing, search the area northwest of the station for dormant war machina and pilfer their tanks for ceruleum for me. See if you can succeed where I've so egregiously failed. Egregiously. Please help me find my parents. My mom's got red hair just like me and my dad. Bosses, you have to understand that there's little chance we'd find your parents even if we went looking for them. I do understand, that's why I'm waiting here. They promised to meet me at the station. I know it's too dangerous for me outside, but you two can fight, can't you? So please, please don't give up on them like everyone else. It won't hurt to look, will it? I worry that we're only giving him false hope, but very well. After all, the least we can do is try. Thanks to my time in the Vigilis Urbani, I know the capital like the back of my hand. Between the two of us, we should be able to conduct a reasonably thorough search. Thank you so much. I can't wait to see them again. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. This is exactly what I was afraid of. To the task at hand, then. Given the present state of the capital, tracing his parents' steps will be no easy feat. Volusus, do you know anything that might help us in our search? Well, I was thinking about going back to my house if it's still there. Where is that? Are there any landmarks nearby? It's on the outskirts of town, to the south, between the tavern and the bookshop. Oh, and Dad always used to fly a huge imperial flag in front of our house. We were the only family that had one in our neighborhood. That should be enough to go on. Alright, let's get going.
You there! Yes, you! You can't hide those hands from me. I can tell they've seen their fair share of hard work. So, what say you to doing an old engineer a good turn, Little doubt you've noticed the terror these mindless magitech drones inspire among the people here. All that indiscriminate killing and whatnot will do that, I suppose. I mean to fiddle with those nasties' innards, repurposing them to our ends in some manner. Which is where you come in, my new friend. Capture for me an automated Magna Rotor. A Cermet chain ought to be enough to tame the Machina Menace, provided you have brought the murderous thing to heel first. Go on with you. Let us see if you have grit enough to bring me what I ask. I don't. Yeah, dude. Oh, hello, Alice and Alchemy. I didn't expect to see the twins in Garlemald again. Like you, they risked life and limb to save the world, and some would say they've earned a lifetime of peace and quiet, yet here they are. When they said that they wished to help us, they truly meant it, and if even outsiders haven't given up on us, then how could we possibly give up on ourselves? The road to recovery will be long and hard, but we'll spare no effort. We'll rebuild Garlemald into a nation that all can be proud of, for those who are still here as well as those who couldn't be. Robin, guess what? Just the other day I attended to a beast terrorizing the station area, and afterwards a family came and thanked me. And on another occasion, soldiers of the First Legion taught me about the medicine they use. It's unlike anything I've seen in Eorzea. It's not all uplifting tales, of course, but every day I'm afforded the opportunity to grow. If only it weren't so cold all the time. Robin, you came! Words cannot express how glad I am to see you. We've just begun our work here with the contingent and local volunteers. Our foremost priority is establishing the number of survivors and distributing vital supplies. As we continue our efforts, we will ensure that everything is done in consultation with the Garlean people. This is their nation after all, and theirs must be the hand that steers its course. There's something about the darkness that just deflates the spirits, wouldn't you say? We have plenty of lights, yes, but they use the same fuel as the heaters, and not freezing to death. Place is somewhat higher on the agenda than making the place look nice. As such, I have taken it upon myself to craft lanterns that use other sorts of fuel. I was, once upon a time, a technician in the Imperial Army, so provided I have the glassware, I am more than capable of the task. That's where the trouble lies, though. Such items are in short supply. And while I know where in the city we might scrounge up some, I wouldn't dare march into that sea of magitech weaponry. Perhaps you could go in my stead. Just northwest of the station, you will find a tavern and a perfumery, or what's left of them anyway. Somewhere among the ruins, you should be able to find wares suitable for our lanterns. A moment, good sir, if you want to spare. My daughter has taken ill with a menace out of a cold. She can hardly keep even a bite of food down, though I know that a simple bowl of kasha will be easy on the stomach and be enough to sustain her. Unfortunately, I lack the buckwheat seeds that recipe calls for. The abandoned market ought to have what I require, but I do not fancy my chances in a place so dangerous. Besides, I dare not leave my girl alone for an extended period. This illness of hers waxes and wanes from moment to moment, and the last thing I want to do is be away when her fever spikes or a coughing fit assails her. Please, could you help? You will? Oh, you are a merciful, kind soul. Here, I shall mark on your map where the seeds are like to be found. Giving the containers a thorough once-over should soon yield results. Temple Knight. Hello, Temple Knight. Good day, Robin. I say, is it your stomach which drew you here, for I am just setting about the business of dispensing meals. So much has transpired in so little time, 'tis hardly a wonder that so few citizens can sleep for more than a fistful of hours. And that is why I have taken it upon myself to feed these people with an Ishgardian soup, one that always helped calm my nerves when I was a child. Though it won't fix all that ails these poor souls, it may prove to be some comfort, surely. Here's the rub, though. I lack the hands needed to see it delivered in a timely manner. Might you assist me? Of course. You will? You are a hero of the people indeed. Here are 3 bowls of piping hot soup. Could you see that those around the station who appear especially woebegone receive some? I need to find some new way of making soup. I don't know, but like meatballs have started tasting really badly here, to be perfectly honest. Like it doesn't matter which brand you buy, they're all tasting like really bad. They're not very nice to have in soup. I used to have them in soup, but they're not good. What is this? Soup, you say? That's very kind of you. It's been far too long since I've had a hot meal. Can't rightly remember the last time. Let me guess. This is a Ishgardian recipe, isn't it? My mother used to make something similar once upon a time. It was a red soup well known in these parts. Thank you for bringing me this reminder of happier days. Days I hope to see return to our country. Just soup without any kind of meat to it is kind of lame. Maybe if you have like some liver paste sandwiches to it or something. What in the world is that? For pity's sake, get it away from me. You'll make me sick with that foreign trash you louts call food. It's a recipe from cold climes. It may be to your liking. Oh, enough! What are you, some two-gill salesman? I'll take the damnable thing if it'll shut you up. Oh my, that is nice, isn't it? And so warm. The hells are you looking at then? I got my food, now off with you. What? Afraid I'll run off with the bowl, are ya? I'm not that hard up as to resort to stealing. I can get it back to the cook just fine on my own. So first you march into our homeland, easy as you please, and now you tell us what foods we're to eat. Oh, that's very rich indeed. But let me tell you something, you little weasel. I spit on your charity, you hear? Spit on it, so you can take that soup of yours and stuff it where the sun don't shine. Oh, I didn't do anything. Ah, there you are. So how did you fare? Did you manage to deliver the soup like I asked? Oh, turned away by one surly citizen, were you? That's unfortunate, although not entirely surprising. The people here have been through more than most. I'm not a stranger entire to their pain. When Ishgard was in dire straits, I too found myself fatigued beyond measure, my spirits in the doldrums. I was hanging on by a quickly unraveling thread, it felt, and hope was nothing more than a risible dream. But it was the holy stables, when a woman, one I had never before met, offered me a simple bowl of soup. I was in such a dark, foul mood at the time, but one sip was enough to turn my whole world around. I felt alive again, like I had purpose once more. I thought to emulate that charity. Do for these people what that kindly lady did for me, but you know what they say, even the best laid plans and all that. Well, I won't let one fractious local dampen my spirits. I'm only sorry that you had to deal with it. Okay, I'm used to it. Why, if it isn't you, the warrior of light himself, the navigator was good to bring you to us, for we've on our hands something of a conundrum, one perhaps you can solve for us. It involves this mysterious letter, you see. Not sure where it came from. Suffice it to say, we found it when we were laying some of the dead to rest. Our thinking is it fell out of one of the deceased's pockets. It's only right the missive's delivered to the proper hands. The dead need to say their piece, after all. Only thing is, I've been ordered elsewhere, so I can't look into it myself. Do you think you could take over from me? If you can spare the time, I'd like you to look for this here letter's recipient. Bit of a pain, I grant you, but our best and only bet at this point is to ask the locals around the station. See if they have any clues as to who it might be for. If you do manage to find to whom it's addressed, let Ateligo know. Ateligo. I'll make sure to bring her up to speed about everything. About everything we've discussed here before I have to move on. Thank goodness you're here. We've just received an urgent request for aid from one of our own via link pearl. Alas, we could not make out their location, though it sounded as if they were in the throes of a fearsome struggle. We've sent our scouts to ascertain his whereabouts, but they're few in number. Might you aid in their efforts? Your cooperation is much appreciated. I bid you begin your search near the Cenaculum Imperialis. Our fellows have yet to explore it. Should any tempered Imperial forces attempt to waylay you, I ask that you merely subdue them, not kill them. To that end, I offer you this powder. It shall render any hostile immobile for a time. Ooh, finally we've done talking to all of them. Alack, there appears to be no sign of the seeds, but you did come across a box of medical supplies. Yeah, that's better than seeds. In here? Okay. Stuffed bear? There's no sign of any seeds in the area. However, during your search, you stumble upon a stuffed toy bear. You're met with a congeries of seeds. Some are too soft, some too hard, but these seem just right. You're under attack! The ceruleum tank is completely empty. Oh no. Is that? There's some more here. Completely empty. You retrieve a tank containing a small amount of ceruleum. Neat. Well, this is the bother. The Magitech of my ion doesn't seem to be quite as accessible as I hoped. There's just so much accursed wreckage in the way, or you won't be able to drag the thing out. A pickle indeed. Hate to ask, but have you any brilliant ideas up that sleeve of yours? You have any bombs? You've some explosives on you. That will do the trick certainly. Alas, I'm not at all skilled in Eorzean technologies, which means there's a distinct possibility I'll blow my hands clean off if I try to tinker with such a device. Perhaps I could leave the blasting of objects to you. Hell yeah, brother. Ah, you've made us a path. Very good, very good. Now my machina can finally get its day in the sun. The poor boy was originally meant to be used against the Third Legion to rain death and destruction upon them, but I lied to my superior officer. Told them this machina was too far beyond repair to repurpose for any practical military use. Now it gets a second, far more peaceful chance at life, and I'm spared the grief of knowing I had hand in spilling my countrymen's blood. When I was told to what ends it would be used, I couldn't believe my ears. This was not the empire I knew, the empire I believed in. I had been taught that our country's cornerstone was peace, one founded upon the ways of science and machine. How can we make such a claim when internecine strife lays waste to our lands, kills our people? You may be Eorzean, but I see that your heart is true, so I know that you will answer me honestly when I ask. Do you find the Empire cruel and barbarous? Those you've invaded no doubt do. Yes, yes of course. It's the victors who write history, and I fear that Garlemald will be penned with no kind hand. We've seen to that ourselves. Even so, I still wholeheartedly believe in our founding principle, unification under the banner of peace. Which is why I plan to put this war machine to better use, like rebuilding our city for one. His days on the battlefield will be behind him once my tools have done their work. Thank you for allowing me this chance to talk so frankly, and for all of the pyrotechnics and whatnot, of course. Well then, shall we be heading back? I'm sure your comrade Iliette is in want of a report about now. Let's see if we can do that fate in time. Alas, we cannot. The fates are over in like 2 seconds. I don't think we're gonna get even one. Oh no, we got gold. Somehow we got gold. Alright, these are to be captured. Got him. Got him. But I am really ready to stop playing this game, to be honest. But I have to finish it. It has to be done. Holy shit, the bots are out in force today. I was too slow. I have to kill him again. subdued. I certainly did not expect you of all people to come to my rescue, and you arrived just in the nick of time. Had you come any later, I fear you may have been forced to carry a load of dead weight back to camp. I was on my rounds when I heard what I assumed to be a refugee crying for help. I made to aid the poor soul when some imperial wretch set upon me. Looking at it with a more critical eye, that refugee may have been nothing but bait for a trap. My head was muddled from the chaos of it all, but I swear I heard the man speak the name Lord Nerva. If my ears did not deceive me, this would mean remnants of the Third Legion are still abroad, and they perhaps aim to fleece us of both provisions and arms. That deserters must be brought in for questioning before the effects of what compound of yours wears off. I shall return to the station at once to report in and ensure that our forces have captured the scoundrel. See if there's anything else out here before we head all the way back. There you are, Robin. I've already received word from our friends, from our friend the engineer. He was rather fulsome in his praise of you, I must say. You're a credit to the cause. There was a lightness about him, one I hadn't seen when first he spoke to me. It was as if a weight had fallen clean off his shoulders. As a member of the Imperial Army, he is no doubt conflicted about this state of affairs. Perhaps speaking with you helped him gain a bit of perspective on the whole thing. Who knows? At any rate, allow me to thank you for your work today. We couldn't have done it without you. An unaddressed letter? Could it be? Quickly, give it here. I knew it. Yes, this is his handwriting, all right. I would know it anywhere. Thank you for bringing it to me. No, wait, please do not go yet. I would like a friendly face about me while I read it, if you wouldn't mind. We humans have a tendency to become trapped in the past, refusing to move on. I implore you to not let this happen. Now is the time for you to look forward and rediscover love and all of the other joys of life. I can practically hear his voice in my ears as I read this. We promised that we would be together until the end of our days, through thick and thin, and yet here I am, alone. You must live for tomorrow. Look to the future, and trust that there is always more light ahead. Yes, how right you are. Thank you. I will take those words to heart. You have my sincerest gratitude, and please give my thanks to the one who found my darling's letter. I want to play more, Torment. Why, just look at you. Not so much as a scratch. Now then, have you the tanks I requested? I knew you'd come through. Without this ceruleum, we might well have frozen to death. There may not be much, but we're grateful for it, believe me. Still, what we have here is but a small bandage atop a very large wound. While this amount of fuel is only a stopgap measure, its discovery means that more can likely be found farther afield. If I am to be honest, I often find myself wishing for a savior, one who will lead us into more promising times. As Emperor Solus once did, someone who might pluck us from this sad lot. But no man or woman is as great as he will ever appear again, at least not in our lifetimes. No, we've only to rely on ourselves now, to rebuild our fallen cities, brick by brick, stone by stone. It will prove a grueling task, one that will take us years. Just thinking about it makes my head spin, but you've shown me that if we all pull our weight, it's not so unrealistic a goal. From the bottom of my heart, thank you for giving me the courage to go on. Are they making anything new? Let's take a little look. Take a little peek. Torment. No, not Planescape Torment. In Exile. Wasteland 3. They made that? Then I'm kind of interested in playing it. Maybe I'll buy the other games too. They made Wasteland 1 remastered and Wasteland 3, but not Wasteland 2. The Bard's Tale. Right now, we're gonna play Final Fantasy. And then probably, again, The Witcher. And then the Ys series. Oh, you returned, and a great deal sooner than I'd assumed. Well, have you captured for me what I asked? Maybe some small game in between here and there, I don't know. We'll see. And those plans will probably change. Yes, this is it. It is a most impressive specimen, would you not agree? Crafted in Girabania, it moves as if wrought from flesh and bone, not of metal and screws. 'Tis a monument to Garlean ingenuity and innovation. And I should know. I had a hand in its inception. Alas, it was to be my swan song. Once Alamigo fell, I returned to Garlemald to languish in retirement until the end of my days. I thought that would be the end of my story. But my life has been granted a new chapter in the form of an acquaintance newly made. A flaxen-haired man taught me all manner of ancient elegant technologies, and it is through this newfound wisdom I shall craft magic capable of independent thought, equipped with cognition to rival mankind's. Though their empire is in ruins, I shall not go quietly into that dying light. I have the luxury of time, no ticking clock to war against. I will take all the hours afforded to me to craft a machine of such magnificence. My genius cannot be gainsaid. Machines with thoughts and emotions to call their own. I am beside myself with excitement. Oh, what a brave new world we are soon to set foot into, my friend. How lucky you are to know you aided in its nativity. I was right to turn to you. You have my most sincere gratitude. But I really like Planescape, or not Planescape. Planescape Torment is fucking garbage. Absolute dog shit. But I really like Torment, actually. It's one of the few RPGs, like CRPGs that I've played that actually had really good dialogue and choices and stuff. Usually they're like whatever. Ah, good to see you returned. And unharmed at that. How did your search go? Well, I hope. Let us see here. Oh, an old bottle of spirits, though not a drop left to drink. A pity that. Anyhow, the size is perfect for my purposes. Now, what do we have here? Ah, a perfume bottle. A touch on the small side, no getting around that, but usable in its own way. Oh, smell that. It's managed to retain some of its scent. Imagine the aroma it will produce once we've added heat. As you know, for the Garleans, the flame is all. It is said that when our ancestors first arrived in this blighted, frigid land, they lived long in darkness, unable to breathe fire into their world. What they lacked in magic, though, they made up for in guile. They took what fat and oils they could from the animals of these wilds, and chased away their shadows. Until, of course, they at last learned to extract ceruleum from cerulia engines. But like those first settlers before me, I will carve out a bright spot of hope in this darkness with these lanterns. Thank you for all that you've done. truly. There you are, and none the worse for wear. Oh, that look on your face. I take it to mean you have found the seeds then. You have! How wonderful! This ought to brighten my daughter's spirits, and hopefully entice her to put a bit of food in her belly. Why, look at all you've brought. Medicine? A toy bear? But I did not even ask, and yet, goodness, I'm so touched. You are too kind, truly. My life lately, if one can even call it that, has been consumed by concern. Concern for my daughter's safety, where our next meal will come from. But your good deed today was a bright spot in these bleak times. To tell the truth, you're not the first to show us unexpected compassion. Being from the provinces, I feared the Garleans here would turn us away, but they offered us food and shelter. If it weren't for them, we may not be alive today. And now we owe a debt of gratitude to you and your contingent. Thanks to you, my daughter will grow strong again, of this I'm sure. While I can't offer much, I want you to have this, and I will not take no for an answer. Thanks for the crab cakes, dude. Judging by that look on your face, you found the citizen for whom the letter was intended. That's a relief. The people here have witnessed unspeakable horrors, forced to live through the tragic deaths of loved ones. Little wonder their spirits are so broken. If only there were some magic spell capable of healing shattered hearts. I would be only too happy to cast it for them. But alas, only time can heal such wounds, and until they've recovered, we must offer our support, stand with them during these trying times. I wish I could provide more. At any rate, your help was much appreciated. Thank you. There you are, Robin. I have been waiting for your return. Our comrade reported in just moments ago, and I have heard all. Not only did you save him from the hands of that Imperial, but you provided us the opportunity for his capture. The men I sent out to apprehend that blackguard have sent word that he is not in fact tempered as we had assumed. Rather, he is one of many who are determined to fight until the bitter end. As invaders in their lands, we have drawn their ire. I have my fair share of misgivings about any who fight under the Imperial standard, but considering the circumstances, surely it would be in the best of both. It would be in the interest of both sides to lay down our weapons, to make at least an attempt of cooperation. But such idle musings can be saved for less troublous times, I suppose. Oh yes, how foolish of me, I nearly forgot. The fellow you saved earlier. He asked me to give you this as thanks for your help. Thank you. Couple of dollars. Your assistance is greatly appreciated, sir. I will distract the Colossi, allowing you ample time to take aim with your newly appointed weapon. If the engineers are to be believed, scoring a direct hit will send a powerful current through the giant systems and ultimately disable it. Search your surroundings for the Magitech Colossi. You may move them. The Colossi approach. Be warned that should the Immortal Flame Delegate retreat, your mission will be judged a failure. Strike 3 Magitech Colossi with your new weapon to silence them for good. Okay, so just shoot them. Where's the last one? These quests are way too easy. And that's with a gamepad. They're even easier with a mouse. Excellent shooting, Robin. Now those wretched machina have been dispatched. We will be able to deliver the citizens to safety. Before I return to the station to join the escort, I shall send word to Camp Broken Glass of your success. My superior officer, Ambukai, will await you with your reward. I'll make sure of it. Alright, time to go help the little boy. Look for his parents. This is the real quest. There's always like 10 trash quests, and then there's one quest chain for the area. Now we're at that one. Well, we're in the right area. Remember, he said it was between a tavern and a bookshop, and that they had a large imperial flag in front of the house. Let me know the moment you find anything that might be useful, no matter how insignificant it may seem. Now, let's start our search. You find a letter amidst the rubble. It begins, "Dearest Volusus, I pray this message finds you well. Gala will be eager to inspect this potentially vital clue." Oh, that was it? Alright. Found something, have you? Let's have a look. It's addressed to Volusus, and from his parents, no less. And you said you found it nearby. It looks like someone's tried to clear away the rubble, but then thought better of it. The place is far too exposed. His parents must have come back to see if their boy had returned home and then left him this letter. Judging by the condition of the paper, it's safe to assume some time has passed since their visit. We're unlikely to bump into them simply waiting here. I'll write a reply just in case they return, but for now let's head back to Volusus. Excellent work finding this. Good to have you among us again, Robin. I've heard of your triumph in taking down those behemoth war machina, and have prepared you a reward, commensurate with your efforts. That piece of artillery proved as effective as Garland Ironworks intimated. But such is to be expected. Their craftsmanship is well renowned, and their latest efforts redound to their credit. Alas, we were told not to expect more of its type, at least anytime soon. According to a letter we received, its crafting was only made possible through the work of a rather ambitious employee and a mountain of gil. Production of it on a large scale will prove impossible. Expenses notwithstanding, you were able to wield this foreign ordnance with great aplomb. Though it is but a trifle compared to the valor shown, I offer this as a show of gratitude. Thank you. Did he disappear? No, there he is. So what's happening for New Year's? Did you find anything? Why, yes, we did. A letter addressed to you from your parents, in fact. This is sure to help in our search. I know it. Can I see it? This is addressed to me, but this isn't Mum or Dad's handwriting. Don't give up so easily, Volusus. Here, let me read it for you. I am injured, but am in... Do not worry about me. For now you must stay out of danger. Love, Vipsania. Unfortunately, it looks like the part detailing their location got wet at some stage. It's completely illegible. Vipsania! That's Mum's name! Ah, so it is from her after all. There's a good chance she's still alive. I knew it! We're one step closer to finding her. In all honesty, I'm amazed we found anything. Thank you for convincing me that the search was worthwhile. It's clear as day to me now why your comrades have nothing but praise for you. With you on the case, we'll find his mother in no time. Until now, I thought that the best thing we could do for Volusus is take him straight to Camp Broken Glass. But with the new information that has come to light, perhaps it's better for him to wait here for a little longer, at least while we search for his parents. I appreciate you looking for them, I really do. I think if you're going to thank anyone, thank Robin for changing my mind. Right, let's go over what we learned from the letter. Vipsania is injured, but in a safe location. Volusus says it's not his parents' handwriting, which means she must be with another person entirely. Someone she can ask to write letters in her stead, or at least that's what I make of it. Do you know where she might go in a time of emergency? Maybe Palatium Novum? She was a maid there. The last time I saw her, she was on her way there. Even with all the fighting, she had lots to do. She told me to keep listening to the radio in case there was any news about the war. If anything really bad happened, we were to meet here at the station. So the radio kept you from harm, and thanks to her forethought, you were able to find shelter immediately after the city descended into chaos. Your mother is a clever woman indeed, but I wonder why hasn't she made her way here? She worked at Palatium Novum, Titus and Nervus residence. Perhaps when she learned the station was held by their enemies, the First Legion, she may have thought against coming here. Even with the war effectively over, she may have been suspected as a spy or the like. So, any thoughts on the matter? She must be with associates of the royal family. Indeed, that explains why she told Volusus not to worry about her and think only of his own safety. At any rate, let's make our way to Palatium Novum and see what we can find. Well, this is it. Palatium Novum. A far cry from its former glory, but relatively untouched compared to some parts of the capital. It was built to last, so the lower floors ought to provide adequate refuge. However, there are countless magitek drones patrolling the perimeter, attacking any who approach. That would explain why those inside have been unable to seek shelter elsewhere. How ironic that the very machina that once protected Garlemald are now one of the greatest threats to her people. But now is not the time for such musings. I know the interior well enough that I should be able to locate any survivors fairly quickly. Could you keep the magitek drones away while I'm inside? I'll be back as soon as I've finished my search. In the meantime, take care. Robots! Judging by the din outside, you encountered some trouble. You have my thanks. Unfortunately, I saw no sign of the royal family or Vipsania in there, or anyone at all for that matter. That said, it wasn't a complete waste of time. It looked like people had been living in there until fairly recently. There was a radio in there too, one of the newer models, so I imagine they avoided being tempered. It appears they've taken all the provisions and warm clothing with them, which indicates they had plenty of time to plan their exit. I did, however, spot a map of the capital in which they'd marked a route from here to the Cenaculum Imperialis. You see where this is leading, yes? Hispania fled with the royal family. Precisely. It's hard to imagine Vipsania parting with the royal family at this point, which means she must have accompanied them on their journey. Judging by the condition of the rooms inside, I would only say a few days have passed at most since their departure. When you are ready, let's head to the Cenaculum Imperialis and continue our search. Ready, I take it? Then let us resume our search. We'll be heading to the Cenaculum Imperialis, that enormous stone building to the northwest. Hopefully that's where we'll find Vipsania. What gear did I get, by the way? Oh! Oh, we got the coat. Wasn't expecting that. Alright, let's wear that for a while. It's not colorable, though. He bears the insignia of the Royal Guard. Only the most proficient and experienced warriors are accepted into their ranks. Alas, he's no longer among the living, though evidently he's only been here a short while. What could have happened here? Yug! That came from nearby. Come on. I have no idea who you are, but I owe you a great debt. There's a wounded woman over there by the name of Vipsana. Please, tend to her as well. Where? I see you're not one of them. But who are you? Just when I was about to lose all hope, you appear. We managed to put down the last of them. I still can't quite believe you're here at my son's request. You should be proud. Were it not for him, we might never have found you. I'm sure he'll be eager to express his gratitude to this gentleman here. Yes, he and I both served the royal family, at least until the city was plunged into chaos. I was badly injured, and he's been by my side ever since. While I was still recovering, he even penned letters for me, placed them in the ruins of my home for my loved ones to find. While I was still recovering, he even penned letters for me, no, that's why. Your praise is wasted on me, truly. After all, I and my comrades stopped you from going to meet your family at the First Legion's encampment for our own selfish reasons. Then, even the Cenaculum, Imperialis, our supposed safe haven, was attacked by rampaging Magitek. I shall never live down the shame of failing to protect the members of the royal household in my care. But thanks to you, I have been spared an untimely end. Pray, accept my deepest gratitude. We're glad to help, and for what it's worth, I'm sure my comrades in the First would rather let bygones be bygones than perpetuate old grudges. The two of you must come with us to Tertium. That goes double for you, Vipsania. Your son will be overjoyed to see you again. And I him. We've been apart for too long. Then let's waste no time here. Let's waste no more time here. But we'd better not rush, given your injuries. He looks far worse. Did you find her? I sure did, bro. Surprise! Your dad's dead. Mom! I'm so sorry, my love. I simply have to know. Why did you leave Palatium Novum? We both served the kin of Lord Nerva, so it was decided we would join the Third Legion in the Cenaculum Imperialis. But as soon as we set foot outside, the streets were overrun by soldiers in the throes of madness and Magitek drones attacking anyone who dared cross their path. It's a miracle we even managed to escape. We eventually made it to the Cenaculum Imperialis and hid inside, though it didn't take long for the Machina to find us. You stepped in just when we had begun to abandon hope. Looks like we arrived in the nick of time. To be separated from my dear boy was more than I could bear, but I knew that even without my injuries, I wouldn't stand a chance out there on my own. But we're together now, aren't we? That's all that matters. And it's all thanks to you. All's well that ends well. She is right. We'll never forget what you've done for us. You truly are a hero. Yeah, I know. People keep saying that. This reminds me why I joined the Vigilis Urbani all those years ago. It's true what they say. A good deed really is its own reward. That literally just means the neighborhood watch. Any road, we'd best stay here a while to allow Vipsania time to recuperate. She is still injured after all. Then we can head to Camp Broken Glass. I knew it wasn't gonna be over. I hadn't had a moment's peace since we were forced to shelter inside Palatium Novum, but now my son and I might finally find refuge from the madness that swept through our city. Better or worse, we have no possessions to speak of, so we're ready to leave whenever you are, and rest assured I'm well enough to make the journey. I swear I won't slow you down. But what about Dad? He wanted us all to meet here if anything happened. Your father's a resourceful man. I'm sure wherever he is, he's found a way to get by, and if he does make his way here, the others will tell him where we've gone. Oh, what was I thinking? I was so glad to have found you that I completely forgot about your husband. It's fine, really. He's the chief of Juturna Platform G, and the last I saw of him, he was on his way to work. I expect he's still there now, and if not, he may have found somewhere safer. Something on your mind, Robin? Yeah, I know him. I know someone. Oh, no. We don't know the chief, we know his friend. I know someone who worked there. Really? I must speak with them. What a fortunate coincidence, but first things first. Let's get you to Camp Broken Glass before we start making further inquiries. Oh, thank God, you can just teleport there. I was expecting some fucking escort bullshit. Greetings, Robin. You may be interested to know we've been kept rather busy, what with getting the platform up and running again. Why, yes, of course, I'd be happy to share what I know. Is it true you used to work on Juturna Platform G? I did indeed, and you must be Chief Frontinus's wife. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. I'm so sorry to hear you've been kept apart from your husband this entire time. Sadly, I have no clue where he is either, but I'll tell you what I know. He disappeared with the identification key. That doesn't sound like him at all. Useful information to be sure, but we'll need more than that before we can go looking for him. Volusus, could you tell us anything else about your father? He's ever so kind and he never breaks a promise. Good at making plans too. It was his idea for us to meet at the station. That sounds like the chief. All his ideas are firmly founded on logic. Tertium would act as an ideal underground shelter, and if the trains were still running, they would provide the perfect escape route. My husband is also a dyed-in-the-wool patriot. He made a point of hanging the imperial flag in front of our house, for all the neighborhood to see, and often spoke of his devotion to the Empire. We have a lot in common, the chief and I. I'm certain he only took the key to stop others from misusing the platform. Speaking of the key, could you tell us a bit more about it? It grants access to the entire fuel supply network, a pipeline that connects countless facilities, including the platforms and the Enceladum. I think we have all of the pieces of the puzzle, but how do they fit together? He must have gone to the Enceladum. I don't know why, but let's say that. Yes, if the cerulean pipeline is at the root of this. That's a distinct possibility. Let's suppose he went to the Enceladum after collecting the identification key. What next? That's it. He could use the key to halt the supply of cerulean to the Magitech drones. Deprived of fuel, most of them would be rendered entirely inoperable. If he succeeded, and that's a big if, there's no telling what kind of danger he could be in now. Quite. Robin, Rimmelman, there's no time to waste. To the Enceladum. Bye-bye. Oh, it's so far away. Far away.
if we're unlucky, we might also still be playing when they release the next patch, and in that case, there's gonna be an entire patch of main story quests as well. But I might be okay with skipping that and just doing it with the next expansion. Alright, Rimmelnod and I will search the interior, while you look around outside. He may yet be waiting for the right moment, in which case he'd seek shelter from the cold. Vipsania said Frontinus has very distinctive long white hair. Keep your wits about you. Who knows what magic foes lie in wait. Frontinus does not seem to be here. Try exploring elsewhere. That way, if I don't do the first patch, next time I can just do New Game Plus on Endwalker as the lead up. And just start there. There you can. Ah! You hear someone scream in the distance. Head in the direction of the noise to see if you can locate its source. I don't know what it was. The magic monkey. You saved me. But why? Is everything alright? Frontinus, yes? We've been looking for you. Must be my lucky day. Way things were going, if the drones hadn't finished me off, starvation surely would have. So much for my brilliant plan. After I barely escaped with my life, I holed up within the perimeter walls. When my supplies ran out, I decided to take one last crack at it. And look where that got me. Save your strength. We'll get you out of here. Wait, you're not one of us? Correct. My comrades and I have come to Garlemald to lend what help we can. We've made camp in Laterne. And your family is there waiting for you. They're alive? Thank the heavens. We'll take care of Frontinus. Hurry back to the camp and give his loved ones the good news. You're gonna die en route back. You're back. So, did you find my dad? Dad!
frontiness. It's wonderful to have you back, Chief. It's wonderful to be back, believe me. I'd hoped to put a stop to those rampaging drones by cutting off their supply of ceruleum. Only I bit off more than I could chew. You did your best, Chief, and that's all anyone could ask. At least you're back with your family. I wouldn't be standing here now if you hadn't saved my bacon. Words can't express my gratitude for all you've done for me and my family. There was one other thing. We had to jury-rig the platform to get it working again, since you took the key. I know you must be angry, but... Angry? Far from it. You were only trying to help the townsfolk return to a normal way of life. At any rate, I lost the identification key when I was set upon by the drones. Well, they won't be around for much longer if the contingent's got anything to do with it. You're going to love this camp too. It's full of gifted engineers. I'm sure there'll be all kinds of projects for you to busy yourself with once you're feeling better. And despite everything that's befallen Garlemald, our platform is set to play a starring role in the reconstruction efforts. Indeed, but more than that, I'm delighted to be with my family. I missed you too dearly. As did we. Now that we're together again, everything will be all right. I know it will. Thanks to our newfound friends, we've been given another chance at happiness. Is that it? Yep, that's the last quest in this area, and with that we'll stop as well. And tomorrow obviously is New Year's, so I'm not gonna do anything. Well, I'll be at my parents' until like 8 o'clock, and then I'll come back, and then I'll stream Final Fantasy until New Year's, and then like have a whiskey. But that's that for today. Until next time, thanks for hanging. Have a good night. Bye-bye.